Viewing on Twitch. Start your free trial of Twitch Prime today.
Hello everybody, and welcome to my 1-year Kerb-a-Versary stream. I'm gonna just dial that back a little bit. That seems fair. So let me know if the volumes are working appropriately. KSP is almost unloading, and then we can get going. Yes, the doggos have been in many more episodes than they rightfully should, but how could you say no to that face? Okay. Looks like the final little bits of Module Manager have done their thing. All right. Resumed save. RP-0. I say the bigger dog, that the wider one, is a lab boxer mix. Her name's Zoe, and yeah, she gets gruff when you don't give her treats right away. The brown red one is Frankie. She's a Australian cattle dog pit bull mix. She's the one with the high pitched bork. All right, let's see if this is gonna work. OBS, what are you doing to me here? Oh boy. Oh. Did it just start to work as I clicked away? There we go. Alright. So let me just make sure chat is working. Boom, there it is. Alright. we don't really need that right now. Okay, so let me just double check with Kerbal Alarm Clock. Oh, I already had it up. Good for me. We've got a tech node unlocking in 112 days. We should probably jump out to Saturn and make that plane change correction. On our Saturn moon's flybys. That was probably going to be the next thing I was going to get to in the next episode, just because bouncing back and forth between those things makes everything it gets kind of boring, but it needs to be done. I need to figure out a good way to go about doing this. So many things. Where is Saturn? God, I launched that thing so long ago. Saturn moon flybys. Oh, it did go up on a DN1. Okay. Fly. And these are all the long loading screens that I typically edit out. Please don't explode. Awesome. Oh man, there's a... That might be screenshot worthy. Oh, you know, I should do this and then take the screenshot. That's fantastic. Alright, Wow. Even the map. Okay, so I'm actually going to eliminate this node for the time being. And I thought that if maybe we burned a little to prograde. No, I don't want to. Yeah, let's add a maneuver. And then slide it onto the descending node. If I can increase the altitude of our descending node here, it's going to eventually increase the efficiency of our plane change maneuver. So it's just what's the most efficient way to go about doing that? It's probably not this. This is just a passing idea that I had. Yeah, that does take us out a lot. Yeah, we've got 546 meters per second in our transfer stage. So if we can burn all of that, maybe we'll be a little better off. Every bit further away we can make that descending node will probably be helpful. Maybe we should just shift this way. Nope, and that exceeds our limit. Can we do this without breaking orbit? Yep. Okay. So we'll need some of that RCS or some of that delta V for ullage and other things. Alright. Is all the image working? You guys look at the map, because my preview shot here from Twitch is not showing that. Okay. Never mind.
From June 20th, claim loot in Overwatch.
Wow.
Get 1 golden loot box with a guaranteed legendary item. Plus more coming soon.
Sorry about that. Alright. Now then, where was I? Okay, so we've got that node. Let's see what an 8-degree adjustment at our descending node would cost us. That's not our descending node. Why did it do that? Okay. Oh, but that's our current target way out there at Iapetus. Did I just screw this whole thing up? Yeah, pretty much. Alright. Back to the drawing board. Add maneuver. Let's see what happens if we can shift our orbit. Oh, come on. Why does that say 0 meters per second? Oh, because that's like on a following orbit. That's why I tend to edit these things out. Add maneuver. Thank you. Oh, that's escape velocity. Dang it. Bring it back in just a bit, just a bit. There we go. We can probably bring it in a little bit more. And let's see if that doesn't bring our... hello, Ash. How's your Sunday going? It probably would, but I don't know if the node editor from MechJeb is going to give me quite, like, setting this maneuver up here to just try to shift that ascending or descending node. I could also just now use it instead of doing this. So, align planes, I guess is what I'm looking for, right? Science Rules 118. You're right, I never would have put that together. Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, it's not going to tell me how much that's going to cost. And that also puts it on escape velocity from there. That's got to be in... Man, that is... This is why I don't use MechJeb editor. It does dumb things like this. Yeah, so... Add maneuver. MechJeb is a super useful tool. And... very, very worth having around, but fails a lot of the time. Oh, you got the HG3 stuff put together? Sorry, I was running around putting together this dumb thing for the dogs that I rolled a bit before I got into the actual broadcast, and I have not had time to jump back to YouTube yet. Oh, dang it. Alright, well, will you be mad at me if I don't integrate it for this? Or, I mean, I can go grab it. It just means kind of restarting the game. Where did my node go? What the hell is going on? Alright, I think I'm just going to have to make a decision. Why did it have like 4 nodes going? So, Wookie, would you suggest doing that? I mean, 90 degrees between the ascending and descending node. We technically have 2 of those. One would be right about here, and the other one would be way out here-ish. 90 degrees, yeah, about here. So I guess I probably want to shift it on the other side. That would be smarter, right? Would it? Okay. So that would be, let me eliminate that node. So 90 degrees between the two, carry it straight out to about here. Yeah. I agree, Ash slash Science 118. The kind of the redness of the flare on those HG3s was a little off-putting to me, but I just I didn't worry about it too much. Was that normal or anti-normal? Neither. I should get a ruler to do this. Sure thing, Ash. How much normal can I burn here to get those offset? Yeah, it does. Roll it the other way, so you want to go anti-normal. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that works. Good call, Wookie Goldberg. We're just going to tune this down to about 540 some odd meters per second, because that's what we can get on this transfer stage before we have to ditch it. Oh, that's brilliant. So, I mean, you mean to, when you say opposite direction, because I rolled it first to normal and then I went to anti-normal, because I thought it just gave me a much better result, in that it pushed this node way out here. Don't know if that would... Yeah, there is. I should really dial that back. Actually, yeah, I think it's totally worth it for me to go in and dial back the chat delay if I can, so give me just a second. I thought it was... I thought you could at least set or dial back the delay, because typically it's several seconds. Maybe I am wrong. Ooh, I should also change the name of this, because this is no longer the test stream. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not finding the setting to do it. Alright. So what do you mean LAN change? Length of ascending node? That's my jump to assumption. I could very well be wrong here. Longitude of ascending node. That makes sense. Yeah. Alright. So how much tinkering with nodes do we really want to do? That would take it back. If I make the same burn, and then it starts to not pull it further away. Well, it does increase the angle. We were at negative 25 before, now it's at negative 38. But given the altitude, I think it might be worth giving this a shot. So, any opinions? Replot this node, or just go for it and deal with a slightly more extreme adjustment, but at a much, much higher altitude? Yes, I did not buy time on a supercomputer either. So, but it is just a game. This is my first time really with experimenting with things at Saturn, so I feel like I'm allowed to really, really screw things up. I tend to do that a lot. This whole thing is just me learning how to play this game. So I feel like maybe just going ahead and going for it, even if it's really screwed up in the end, is not the worst thing that can happen to us. And this node's in 4 days, so I think we're just going to go for it. I do a normal burn at apoapsis. How much can you change your inclination the correct way with the same delta V budget? Well, let's find out. This burn was 541 meters per second. I'm pretty sure I can replot it again should I need to. Thing is, our apoapsis is way up here, so really we'd just be rolling the... Well, what? Hmm. That puts us at a much steeper inclination, 48 versus what was the other one, 30 something. But I think the altitude looks about the same. All right. Yeah, 34 degrees. That's about the same level of inclination we got doing it at 45 degree for about the same cost of delta V. But I think was it outside of the orbit of Titan before? I'm not sure I remember. I need to go lock the RCS tank because we're consistently losing fuel. Hmm. It looks to be about the same as doing it at the 45 degree offset. Just our inclination in the positive numbers instead of the negative numbers, which really doesn't change much of anything at all. This is true. But I think I'm just going to go for it out here. You're right, I didn't. Now, I think we started with a positive inclination. Yeah, 15 some odd degree or so. Let's just double check again at 45 or a 90 degree offset. Put it about here-ish. No, I'm way over budget now. Yeah, and that keeps the node inside of Titan. Yeah, trying to find an angle where I can see all the numbers relevant. Yeah. So what do I get if I go straight for my highest altitude node directly, even though it's further, even though it's way further in than apoapsis? I mean, like, what do I do if I try to make the plane change right here? Nothing good. Comes out to a couple kilometers per second to level this out, which is why I was trying to figure the most efficient route to do this. And so what I thought about doing was increasing the altitude of the ascending or descending nodes and then burning the plane change. Yeah, it was it was pretty bad. I toyed around with it a little bit in I guess it was 2 episodes ago, the last time I touched in on this spacecraft, which was a few episodes ago. But towards the end there, I just got frustrated with how much it was going to cost and didn't want to think about it, and went back to the VAB and played with the Venus rover. So that's what's brought me to this current situation. But I think the most efficient way to go about this, actually, is to just go anti-normal here at our apoapsis for about 530 some odd meters per second. And then we'll just ditch that transfer stage, and then hopefully the next time we come around to our descending node, we can make the plane change a whole lot easier. So I think that's just what we're going to have to do. So yeah, I will probably screw it all up, but we're going to take a quick save. Not that we're going to revert in case this really does screw it all up, but it's in case things explode. Alright, well, if anyone has any objections... Oh, why are we coming out of time warp? It does, but unless you know of a way to display the delta V output for the next maneuver node. So I don't know how to check to see how much that's going to cost. Based on this, a lot. Precise maneuver node. I may certainly have to look into that. I don't know if we're going to get this flat of a telemetry out of our solid rocket stage or even what's left in the probe. So I am kind of just shooting for all of this in the dark, but we're going to give it a shot. And whatever happens, happens. If we're lucky enough to be able to fly past the moon, then so be it. And I mean, if not, then at least we get all of this really nice eye candy out of it. So, 13 days. Why do you keep dropping me out of time warp? I see no reason for... This makes a lot of sense. Oh, Wookie Goldberg, I have a big problem with doing things the way I first learned to do them instead of the way that's actually best, or the way that newer other differenter mods will allow me to do. It's a consistent problem with me, doing things the old school way. The fact that I just used the period and comma keys to initiate time warp is like a huge groundbreaking step for me. It's just not, it's not something I ever actually did. Because I always started out just clicking the things up here. I'm just so bad at it. Adapting to new circumstances, not actually one of my strong suits, but I'm trying to improve. Man, Titan, you're a biggin'. The fact that I can see the ring of your atmosphere from this far away is... Ooh. That's going to be daunting. Alright, 10 days. You see, like, and I don't use the warp to next node or the mech jib to initiate this stuff, because I've had 3 or 4 bad experiences with it throwing me way past the node, so I just always try to time warp manually, usually to horrible and or comedic effect. Oh, wow. I think these are a little exaggerated maybe, but that's about how big they look in the night sky from my backyard also. So maybe not. Oh yeah, I've had that problem with mech jeb overshooting it too, and it's horrible. Especially like if you load from a quick save, or if you switch back and forth from the map too many times, it'll just set that node to its original maximum and not where you're currently at midway through the burn. And that irritates me to no end. Alright. 10 minutes to burn. Alright, and let's see how much fuel, like time we have. 42 seconds to burn through all of this. Alright, so we can time warp a little bit. So we only need 41 seconds of lead time, so we can take down to about 20.5 seconds. Bring up our engine info. Very unstable. That's good. That's where we would expect it to be. Alright, so ullage, ignition. Alright, well, we're underway. No turning back now. I swear I activated this. Activate. Oh god, let me make sure I don't have a delay. It's preset in flight computer. Okay, good, I do not. We can just stay pointing at the node, that'd be great. Perfect. 0.8 meters per second within the burn. We'll go ahead and get rid of that, and we will ditch our transfer stage. Decouple. And before that throws us off too much, oh, our next burn is only 1.5 kilometers per second, which is by far the cheapest plane change that actually does the job that we ever had. We have 815 meters per second in our solid rocket motor, and maybe a kilometer per second in the core or in the probe itself. Yeah, I don't know about a MacBook for gaming. They're really good video editing, though, or at least I hear. My experience with MacBook is looking at all of my father-in-law's pictures from all of his travels across the world, and that's about it. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense that a laptop isn't going to have a thermal system designed for continuous load. There's just not the capacity in there to have good heat dissipation, I guess. I don't know. I had an old Asus laptop about 6 years ago that was supposed to be built for gaming, and the thing got so hot it literally burned my legs. And after about an hour or so, it would get so hot that I couldn't even use the keyboard anymore. It was really annoying. And it amazed me. It would run lots of games really well, except for Kerbal Space Program. Oh man. That's a 7-year-old desktop. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Okay. Yeah, that should be our antenna deployed. Good. See, I just built myself a new computer because the one that I built way back in 2012, I had been beating on it so hard that the overclock was just getting a little ridiculous, and the fans were so loud it made it really hard for me to live stream. It was actually the PC I was using when I started this series. And you can always hear the fan whir in the background. And it started to die. It was just time. Oh, I'm going to have to set this maneuver up in flight computer. Great. We're going to get a little closer before we do any of that. Our signal delay is about an hour and a half. Oh, no, wrong. Okay, thank God. See? That's me clicking the buttons again and not using the keys. Alright, thankfully, I think we're okay. I think those are almost the exact same specs of my Asus laptop that I had. like almost verbatim, and I could not upgrade from 4 gig of RAM because that's all the motherboard would support. I did not have a RAID set up. I only had a single hard drive. Alright, I need to do some flight computering. Alright, so in 5 hours, 53 minutes, 29 seconds, activate engine. What's the burn time on that? 24 seconds. Oh, I should have been counting. Damn it. Okay, hold on. I loved Portal 2. And yeah, that was one of the games that my laptop would run really well, that I thought it was surprising that it would run so well. Alright, that burns for 24 seconds. I'm just going to set this for 52 minutes on the button. What am I doing? I cannot concentrate today. Alright, so in 5 hours, 52 minutes. And when that says 5 hours, 52, oh, I could just hit it right now. Decouple. There we go. That should give us about our 24-second burn time. And then we will have the You Can't Click on Me game. Then we'll have the fuel from these RCS thrusters to carry us the rest of the way. So, here's hoping. Alright, take a quick save. Just in case this goes absolutely horrendously wrong, which really I'm thinking it might. Let's just go ahead and warp to node. And hope for the best. Oh boy. Alright, here we go. What? Oh, well, that was just wrong. I did it absolutely backwards. How's the burn time? Great. Let's pretend this didn't happen. Please, no judgments. I am doing a quick load. Please don't hate me. I don't normally do this, but I also don't normally get my maths so incredibly backwards. I was like, in all honesty, a 1500 meter per second plane change is a little outlandish even for RSS, but I really screwed up the approach on this. Hey Ash, welcome back. I've just committed the cardinal sin. Simulation gaming, hello. We're safe. The secret's just between you and me, Wookie Goldberg. I have no idea how many other people are watching, but if they want to chime in and judge me, please feel free. Alright, so I have a 24-second burn time. The node kicks off in 5 hours, 51 minutes, 30 seconds. Nothing went wrong at all. Absolutely nothing. Oh yeah, I really wanted to do plane change en route, but it would not give me ascending or descending nodes the entire trip out. And it was really frustrating, and I kept trying to tinker with the node a little bit, but it just, it did not want to cooperate. I'll say it's the it's 200 and Did I not set the... Well, I got right up to the node, and it didn't kick, but flight computer could have messed that up. Oh, yeah, let's cancel this command. Let's reset our time delay and then cancel this command. That would have been a nice clear indicator that I have things backwards, is that the decoupler kicks before the wax swing decouples. I do, typically. Saturn's kind of hard to hit, and RSS, especially in an install that's been getting beat on as long as this one has, makes it very hard to target some things in orbit sometimes. Alright, that's gonna... Let's roll the hour or so and let that command cancel so that I'm not confusing myself with stuff. Okay. Uh, 4 hours, 32 minutes. Program delay. Decouple. We're going to be a little bit off. You can cycle celestial bodies using tab in the map view. Seriously? Yes, the wax wing is being set to activate because we are going to burn that wax wing. The cancel command was to cancel the decoupling of said wax wing, because I may or may not have had it set to decouple before the ignition, and that doesn't do you a whole lot of good. Hold on a second. So I can hit tab, maneuver 1. Oh my god! This is the most amazing thing. Oh, that is a game changer. I never knew that. That is awesome. Alright, now another quick save just to make sure I'm not going to completely screw this up. I'm going to completely screw this up just so we know. But let's see if we can't do this plane change. Whew. Did I unlock these tanks? Yes, okay. What's our power consumption looking like? I probably don't need maneuver planner up. Alright, good. We're topped off and charged. Please don't spin wildly out of control. Although your sister spacecraft did not do that. So I'm hoping that you won't either. Yeah, I could see that being dangerous. Yeah, I don't think it'll throttle with nav ball hidden. Although this is not a theory I'm going to test right now, but I think just hitting tab is going to be perfectly good enough. Alright, 1 hour to ignition-ish. Here we go. Boom. Alright, our delay is set a little late, but I think we'll be alright. Okay, 726.4 meters per second. We might save that for next pass. just for efficiency's sake. Well, let's see what kind of change we can impart. Yeah, this is going to take a long time. These are really inefficient thrusters. I don't know if we're going to make a 720 some odd meter per second change. That's 17 units of fuel, 12, 25. Very interesting. Did we? Yeah, no, we're not burning from that tank yet. This is very interesting. Yeah, a little bit. The probe itself is a little heavier than the waxwing, so it has that tendency to want to kind of roll or spin around, especially when using really high thrust, rapid burning things like solid rocket motors. That's why I tend not to use them very much at all. They do have a tendency to kind of pitch things around, but generally this thing is pretty well balanced. I spent a good deal of time trying to balance it in the VAB. I don't think it burned a whole lot of thruster fuel while I was firing the waxwing. So I think we're going to be alright. This will be most of our fuel. We're 2 minutes past node, so we're really kind of diving into the inefficient territory now. So I think we will wait for next pass. I'm just going to get him clear the node for a little bit. Yeah, I'm still getting used to RCS build aid and how to interpret all of its funny things, but I have started using it. Listen, I actually unlocked the super basic reaction wheel. I just always forget about it because I've spent so much time just working without them. And they're really, really expensive, is the other part. I mean, like, they're really expensive. Ah. And would you look at that? .04. And it's only going to cost us another 449 meters per second. 26 days. What do we have on the docket? $289 days. I think we've got some stuff that's being built that'll be done before then. Yeah, they do saturate, so they're not as effective, but they do work. It would save us a bit of fuel. That's going to be entirely too much. Yeah. Oh well. But it looks like we can get a ray flyby in orbit or so, maybe. But yeah, we don't have anything to do for 26 days. We can handle this, right? I really hope we have 400 meters per second in this thing. Yeah, and I do believe I have it installed. Semi-saturable. Saturatable? I'm going to use the keys for this. And I think it's part of the recommended mods. It doesn't make you install it. It's not a dependency, but it's there. Okay, 21 hours until burn. I'm gonna screw this up pretty badly. Twelve, 11. Hours, 3 hours. Almost everything that makes the game harder. Almost. I'm sure there's, oh yeah, like persistent rotation I don't use. That does actually make things a little bit harder. Trying to think of other things I use that make things hard, or other things I don't use that makes things harder. I'll say Ash actually helped with the HG3, the engines, and the configurations for them. I tweaked the real plume a little bit. I don't know, nothing that I guess I'm willing to call finished or a perfect product. But I did learn how to edit some real plume stuff and make it a permanent fixture as opposed to just editing it in the real plume editor on the launch pad. Although I did do that to figure out the settings for it. But yes, there are some people watching here who have worked on real plume stuff. Yeah. Ash's description way better than mine. Although I wouldn't refer to myself as a real plume guy. I kind of ham-fisted my way through stuff, but did learn something. I am not planning on moving this series into 1.2.2, although I have kind of gotten my toes wet in it there with the Challenge Accepted series. I do plan on moving more and more into 1.2.2 later. I don't have a planned end date for this series, but were I to start another playthrough, I would do it in definitely 1.2.2, but I have a feeling by the time I'm ready to close out this series and start fresh, RP-0 will be updated for 1.3 or 1.3.1, whatever the case may be. But as far as plans to move this series into 1.2.2, I have no plans to do that. It's this one's getting a little shaky. Surfing Lizards, good to see you, man. You missed me messing some stuff up. And a few other things. Well, that is a major advantage, I would say, for integrating stuff into the game. Alright. Angled on node, I don't think we need to quite start firing for it yet. See, I'm really, I have no experience doing particle effects actually, as far as like in Blender or anything else that's used to actually render particle effects, but I can move numbers around a little bit to kind of make someone else's particle effects do kind of what I want them to. Kind of. Not very accurately though. I am still learning. Okay. So our 440 meter per second burn to align our planes is underway. It says it's going to take 5 minutes. That's not bad. I really wonder how much fuel we have left. That's a really interesting concept, Wookie Goldberg. I'd be really interested to see that. And yeah, that is definitely a problem unique to people who mod games. I modded the crap out of my Fallout 4 install, and I've been tinkering with games since the 90s, and there was always that problem of I'm spending more time trying to get this thing just right than actually playing it. And I guess the problem I would run into a lot, especially with stuff like Command and Conquer Red Alert, just to date myself. So I spent way more time tweaking things than I did playtesting, and so it ended up really unbalanced. Alright, I got like 2 minutes, so I can totally open link a new tab. How much fuel do I have left? Oh boy, I don't know if we're going to be able to make the entirety of this burn. I really did not want to unlock this top fuel tank because I wanted that for on-orbit maneuvering. I opened it up in another tab. I haven't looked at it yet, but the fact that all you guys are telling me how cool it looks, now I'm sad that I haven't seen it. Always the last one at the party. So how hard do you guys think it would be to integrate something like that into an RP-0 install? Okay. Only 197 meters per second to go. 10 units liters of fuel. Don't know if we're going to be able to get it this pass. I don't know if we're going to be able to get it at all. Alright, let's kill the burn. Replot the node. 174 is the number to beat. If maybe we get mover. The doggos say hello. One-shot flame-out effect. We're having a fixed duration burning effect in place of decreasing intensity. Okay, oh, wrong way. Okay. 173. So yeah, it looks like we're not going to save anything by trying to do it again later. This makes me kind of sad. And we don't have... If we had our ascending node along the trace of any orbit here, we'd stand a chance of hitting something. But not currently. Oh, it makes me kind of sad. I don't think we have 173 meters per second left in this thing. Unfortunately. So what if then we just made some small touches here? How much does that? Yeah, that gets us on path almost. Set as target. miss it? Not quite. Come on. I would say, yeah, Titan's pretty big, but our gap here is fairly substantial. And I think the only two places we cross Titan's orbit, make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Yeah, that's Titan. Yeah, see, we're way above and below Titan every time we cross its orbit, unfortunately. But Titan is really the only one here that is not our target. We have a separate mission coming specifically to Titan. It'll be here in about 2 years. There it is. Tartarus Cronus. That is a small Titan lander. I can barely get to the moons in this solar system, let alone any expanded system. But I have thought if I start a new series in 1.2 or 1.3 or 1.3.1, that would definitely be something I would have to include. Although I'm not a big fan of like the interstellar parts and like the warp drives and stuff. I feel like it kind of, I don't know. It's not my play style, not yet anyway. Now the solid fuel is done and gone. We are on RCS only. And we have about 8.5 liters Aerozine N2O. But I think we can get a Mimas flyby on a very small adjustment at our apoapsis in 17 days. Which I think we can do. I just wanted to double check my build list. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We've got 17 days to screw around with. Fairly weak, although I think you can upgrade the thrusters along as you go, as you unlock new tech. And so I think I'm up to about 0.7 or 0.8 kilonewtons per thruster. And their ISP does get a little better also. I think I built this so long ago, their ISP doesn't even touch 300. They're just, they're not that great. So we're going to go for a Mimas flyby, and that will be hopefully right at our ascending node, and hopefully we can gravity assist and start to try to flatten out our telemetry that way. That's our plan, but it might be several orbits from now by the time we get there. But we're going to make the correction. Here in just a few days, 10 days more to be specific. I mean, if there are, they don't show up on your typical Delta V stats. It's very possible that anyone watching this knows a lot more about MechJeb and its display stuff more than me. So if somebody does know, please chime in and let me know, because that would be information I would absolutely love to know about. Oh, so there's something I can bring up in custom window editor to display this? Because if that's a thing... I mean, if that's the thing, as soon as this burn is done, we can certainly, actually, we've got plenty of time. Custom window editor. Yep. Let's say that's how I've created this little info box down here. That's what I call the flight data. This is all stuff that I refer to so often that I just decided to pin it on the top on the screen and leave it there. But so RCS delta V, look at that. 0 meters per second. Probably because I have the tank locked, right? Well, we got 10 hours, and then we'll push for this burn and see what we've got in there. Okay, use the keys, dude. Alright, I can... yeah. Alright, we're within 8 minutes. I'm sure that's... oh yeah, I have the tank locked, so we're not going to get any readout. Bank, bank. RCS Delta V. Not displaying anything. Interesting. We'll see if that kicks out a number when I come out of time warp with all the fuel unlocked. I hope you don't mean crude Pluto direct mission. Although we can check for a window and see what we've got coming up. I think a DN5B with maybe 2 additional boosters could send a half a ton to Pluto. I think. It might not like the folding boom RCS. Yeah, it's still not outputting any data. Why do you want me to kill more Kerbals, Simulation Gaming? That's just not nice. Oh god. The size of the life support tank for that would be ridiculous. I mean, I typically buy 40-pound bags of dog food because I've got 2 doggos and they eat lots of food. So, if we're talking a 40-pound bag, I have no idea. I'm not going to pretend to know how to do that kind of math here in my head. But I imagine something a little more capable than even the DN5B. Alright, I'm going to go relock this fuel tank. Oh boy, that was all of our fuels. We had about 50 meters per second left. And it's not giving us a close encounter of any given kind. But there's our descending node at about 6.5 degrees, right on the plane with it. So maybe, at some point we will be lucky enough to get a flyby. Add maneuver, and then we will just no, you're just, I guess Mimas is so small that we're not even within its sphere of influence. Boy, that makes me angry. We had an encounter. I guess the encounter has to be dead on. Unless our timing's absolutely perfect, it's just not going to work. In main game settings. I guess it's not going to be the settings menu. It's going to be the main menu settings, isn't it? Bummer. Okay, well, I think we're going to have to leave this flight for a while. I don't know if we're going to get our Mimus flyby or not. Although we'll plot a maneuver here and just see what happens. See if we can't get that node to reappear. So I don't know. I've never tried to fling something Pluto direct. So I was speculating that a DN5B with 2 additional boosters might be able to send a half ton, 500 kilos, to Pluto. So I'm speculating that without the boosters, maybe we could fling a 40-pound bag that way. Oh, if only we had 141.9 meters per second, we could come really, really close. Boink. We do not have 142 meters per second. Do we want to even talk about how stale that dog food is going to be by the time it gets to Pluto? I mean, I hate to be the impending voice of terrible reason here, but any dog that could have eaten said dog food upon launch of the bag of dog food would surely not be around by the time it got there. Yes, there would probably be other dog foods that would be well more than frozen. I mean, you say so. You say you won't mind stale food. I think he might mind stale food. I would mind stale food. Okay. We might have to let go of our Moon's Flybys mission for a while at least. I just don't know if this is going to be a thing that's going to happen for anything. This makes me really sad. But we can always plot for the next one. So we will take a quick save. You did pretty well for yourself. It's not your fault, Saturn Moon's Flybys. I can't, you did pretty well. Actually, yeah, let's run a radio in, just in case. Do I still have the signal delay? I do, but that doesn't matter when you're hitting action groups. Yep, definitely lessons learned. And now I can plot for something a little better to actually accomplish these goals and hopefully get ascending or descending nodes on the route out there so that we can do better. Okay, flight computer, you're in my way. Yeah, I guess nothing new to be gleaned. Oh, here we go. Solar particle analysis while space high over Saturn. 12.8 science. We'll go ahead and transmit that one home. Not gonna give me credit for it. That's fantastic. I think it's just a setting with remote tech, because I literally changed nothing. I just went with their default settings when I set up this install, and it just lets me do it. I do remember the old days of remote tech where things like RCS were not enabled without signal delay, and it made everything hellish. Things like docking or piloting a rover were absolutely impossible. So I don't know if it was just this version that I happened to pick up where they set that as the default, but this is my very first experience with remote tech not dealing with engine it does do engine ignitions sometimes and throttle settings, but you can toggle the Z key and you can do anything you want with RCS without the signal delay, and it just kind of lets it happen. And really, I think that's a positive move. It increases playability so much because I don't know how to work with KOS at all. And I won't pretend that that's something. Yeah, that's one of the mods that makes things harder that I don't use. KOS. I mean, I guess in some respect, when you know how to use it, it makes things easier, but I'm just... yeah, remote text flight computer is terrible. Other than things for timing and ignition or a stage separation, I don't use it to hold angles to nodes or anything at all, really, because it is just awful. I mean, really, really awful. Alright, I need to make some changes to the new Rover, the UROV. Edit. Let's hope this doesn't screw everything up. Yeah, Ash, that's my exact take and opinion on it, because it's better. Yes, this is a new, not new. It is an RA9. I was hoping that it'll let the thing load first. Hope that maybe you guys are too busy talking to yourselves to notice that, but it is in fact an RA9. Yes, remember this oldie but goodie? It's a RA9X because I have upgraded. This is a wider diameter now. We have different avionics controls. All the engines, these have been upgraded to the E1 Advanced. This is still a 275M, so that's all pretty much the same. But that lovely lift-off thrust-to-weight ratio of 3.51. Yes, the upper stage has been downgraded a bit. We are now using... I mean, I haven't launched an RA9 in so long, but really when you're sending something that's like 4 tons to Venus, you don't need something as bulky and as expensive as the DN series. Even the DN1A is kind of overkill for launching this. said, I want to learn KOS. I really do. And I just have to choose where to spend my time, but it is something that I want to get more into. I'm hoping. But all right, upper stage. It's not the HV upper stage, which used 4 RL10s. We have a triple RL10 setup now. We're actually getting better delta V out of this than we were out of the HV upper stage, mainly because this gets it a lot closer to orbit. I know, that liftoff thrust to weight. It's awesome, but it needs it because by the time these boosters are done, this is barely creeping up on 1, and you still need a good chunk of thrust to weight ratio to help throw this thing in orbit. Massively overkill. This is toning it down. I mean, can you imagine putting something? I mean, hold on. Let's check our actual tonnage here while we're. Yeah, this thing is 8 tons. I mean, and that's with the heat shield and that's with the transfer stage. It's still grossly oversized. That we just don't need. I forgot what I was saying. So we want to throw 8 tons at Venus. It doesn't have to insert orbitally. It just needs to hit Atmo. It'll slow itself down. It'll land. This can do any mid-course corrections or anything just on orbit. And I mean, this 1800 meters per second is probably overkill. Oh, so much Loctite. I mean, doing direct descent on Venus is, you can do it by accident when you're not trying to. I mean, I've done an orbital insertion through aero capture at Venus, and it was like pulling teeth. It was so hard to find that perfect angle to where you will capture but not deorbit. But with some good powerful thrusters, actually, I never checked the center of mass. Oh, okay. That's an issue. Those aren't going to help us adjust our angle, at least until this is separated off. Yeah, then they'll definitely help keep angle. So once this stage is gone, those thrusters will help us keep angle through the atmosphere, so we can angle the heat shield down to reduce G load. Was the plan, at least. I was actually, the Mars plane attempt was really embarrassing because I really like designing planes and I screwed the pooch on that one so bad. I really did think about doing a Venus glider, but I wondered about the super high drag and what we could use to power it, because I don't think I have any electric propellers. It would certainly have no problem with lift. It would have a problem, however, of staying in forward motion with all the excess of drag. It might just be one of those things that floats along at 1 or 2 meters per second, but could almost float for infinity. And that itself might actually be pretty cool. So I think that is a pretty good idea. We have time to build one for this window if anybody would be interested. Can I take this shroud off? Disabled, yeah. So here's the other thing that I want to do. Oh, come on. Not gonna let me... I need to get that core out so I can get it someplace where I can get to it. I don't have any of the blimp parts either. Otherwise, yeah, dude, that would be awesome. I need to get this core out, so if you're wondering why I'm just bouncing around inside of all this stuff. All right. Now, no, I cannot put you here. Okay then. I guess I can put it on the bottom of the stage. That would be easier to get to. So I really wanted that like weather effects mod to get finished because I thought it was a really cool idea. But when messing around with it and FAR, oh man, God, what was that back in like the 0.24 days? This upper stage, 5 meter. I don't want to clip the engine through it. I don't know, I never made it as far as Venus with that. I thought it was just on Kerbin. I think had that mod been finished, acid rain effects would have been an absolute necessity. Oh, that's the furthest down you'll go. Dang it. Alright, what I really need from MechJeb, or not MechJeb, but action grouping, is the ability to control from here on an action group. And I'm pretty sure that's not a thing. Don't judge me. Yeah, no control from here. So yeah, let's all tell everybody that we need a control from here to be toggleable to an action group. Because that's the big problem with this. I'm going to try to reassemble it and reroute the part, but I'm going to warn all of you right now that every attempt to reroute the part on this has caused catastrophic failure. Say they have procedural avionics for 1.2.2 RSS. I have had horrible luck with them. They're very buggy, and any of you who've been watching Tyler Riez's community space program or the collaborative EDB program that I think he's actually probably playing right now, he has asked people, in so many words, not to use the procedural avionics parts because they are acting terribly right now, which is horrible. But what are you gonna do? I'm sure they'll figure it out pretty soon. All right, let's save this. Okay, please let me reroute this part, because it really needs to happen. Alright, and I think it's this one towards the back. Select a new part to route. Whoa! Okay. That was not what I... Perfect. So I don't know if I rerouted the part or not. Did it reroute? I guess it, yeah, that's selecting the whole thing. Oh, hell yes. Close. Let's get our fairings back on. Oh, this would make everything so much better. Alright, save edits. Alright, so should we try to build a Venus glider, or should we just jump to our Venus launch window? Because that's really the next thing we have going for us. I know what I want you to say. That's why I like you simulation gaming. I like the cut of your jib. I like how you think. Loading. 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 Oh, I forgot to move that RA9 to the top of the build order. Well, we're getting ready to build some stuff that will get added to it, so. Alright, the choice of avionics is not to be taken lightly. Do we think, I don't think we can get a glider. Well, we can stack a couple of these together. I mean, 2 of them will give us like 1.2 ton. If we went with something like this, because we're going to RTG power it anyway, that gives us 5 ton, right? Yeah, 5 ton. Let's do that. I am, of course, open to suggestion if you think that that's a bit much or a bit too little. And do we want to carry it in on its own heat shield until it's done through the rough part? I mean, I guess we're going to have to. There's no way it's going to survive orbital insertion. Yeah, we're definitely going to need a battery. But do we want to put the battery in a shielded tank? Or do we want to put it in a battery, the utility battery? That is a lot of battery. Alright, let's just goof around for a little bit. Wrong curve. Very true, Ash. So I guess, yeah, we'll see what kind of tonnage we're looking at, and if we have to switch it out. It's not the greatest ordeal to do so. Huh. Oh, yeah, that would help if I used angle snap, wouldn't it? Just a bit. Alright, the thickness, we can take that down quite a bit. So how to make a wing shape that will glide and fit inside of a procedural fairing? This is a delicate question. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was leaning for too. Although I don't know what kind of stresses those hinges will put up with. Is there an explanation behind those exclamation points, simulation gaming? Other than we're going to engineer an interplanetary lawn dart. Yeah, well, that's good enough for me. We'll give them a shot then. Oh boy. Yeah, this is... I want them on top of the wing. Wow. Yeah, tell me that they didn't actually both face the same way. Of course not. That would be silly. Yay. Alright. We're going to try to make it lightweight. How it actually turns out. That's a very good point. I wonder if that would require designing each wing independently. Oh, come on. Yeah, to have one wing curl up this way and the other wing curl down that way. That would definitely be the most space efficient, but I don't know if there's a way to do that quickly with symmetry on stuff. Ah. So, oh boy. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. It'd be like a hinge and a rototron. We could achieve similar effect. Yeah, World War II carrier-based aircraft. Am I frustrating you, Wookiee Goldwoodard? Oh, that would be frustrating. Very sorry. Alright. Width of the tip is 0.5. Thickness is 1.2. I just tried to rotate around the image of this Su-35 you posted. I can't really tell if the what's going on at the back of the aircraft. It looks like the elevators are tucked in also, but also tucked down. I should probably minimize this so I can see everything else that's going on. Okay. Huh. So yeah, it does look like not only do the elevators fold up, but the mounts for them also tuck down. That is interesting. Very interesting. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Fold up an all-moving elevator. To make the tailplane, you mean? I think I see what you're saying, is what I'm trying to get at here. Okay. Oh. That is an interesting idea, using air brakes for yaw control. That's a very good question. I don't know what biome-specific science I have. I'm pretty bad at keeping track of these sorts of things. But let me just double check this hinge setup. Man, it would be a miracle if all of these things were even and lined up. As a means of hitting several different biomes on multiple sides of the planet. So SRBs do tend to suffer from a really low atmospheric ISP, and I wonder if that would be driven almost to the point of uselessness by the high pressure of Venus. If maybe just having an onboard liquid engine, we wouldn't be able to achieve a similar effect just to get us out of the atmosphere. Make a high swooping pass and then burn to escape atmo a little bit, and then burn at apo to make sure we hit a new biome. And it's almost going to require multiple re-entries. It'd be really interesting if we could pull it off. That's true. If we don't get any lower than like the same pressure. I do have some propellers, but I don't have any that are electric. They all require atmosphere, or oxygen atmosphere. Okay, so if we keep our altitude above about 60 kilometers, we could probably get multiple... I wonder, is that considered flying at, or flying high, or high atmo? What exactly that would be. Yeah, that's kind of my opinion too. Is that any engine we use, is the ISP is going to be god awful. All right, I need to figure out something for these tailplanes before I get too distracted. I can focus on exactly one thing at a time. Now that is what I wanted. I opted not to get the fire spitter parts. I've got the core, but I don't have a lot of the I don't have any of the parts itself because I had to trim down this install for stability, unfortunately. And a lot of parts that got cut out of this install that I really wanted to keep but just couldn't make work. And it does make me very sad. Why does it seem so much thicker? Yeah, it would make sense that the 270 is a ridiculous engine. That's the one I was looking for. This is backwards, isn't it? All right. Alright, so thoughts on this, anybody? Do we think this kind of airfoil setup is going to work? Is it worth it? If only I had balloons. Okay, yeah, with the using air brakes, we may still need to use air brakes. Yeah, that doesn't tuck away nearly as nice as I would like. Because the F-117 was horrible. But actually, knowing my design in general, or just the F-117 in general? Essential information. Because this is possibly quite not good. Yeah. It's not too late for it to apply to both. Let's just be real. God, I don't want to hinge this thing right in the middle of it. And I guess I could just invert the AD1. Yeah, let me take a look at this, what you're showing me. Oh god. Oh god, no. A single rototron and a fixed wing surface. That is an interesting idea. But I've made all of these super complicated things already. I hate to say that's kind of my opinion as well. Oh, not the... yeah, well, guess what's going to happen? I'm going to end up flying it angled like that. Maybe on accident, maybe on purpose. You never know. Maybe I do want this. No, I wanted it over here. And facing the wrong way. I think I know what you're talking about, simulation gaming, with like the... It's like an electric plane, but it uses solar panels. I will sign on to that. Yeah, it looks like it also carries a crew, which we don't necessarily need. And that would reduce the scale of it by quite a lot. But yeah, if only we had propellers. Electric propellers. I regret my decisions now. Like, a lot, actually. Oh, I can't replicate this tailplane on the bottom wing because the top of it is folded in already. That was a lot of work. It doesn't matter. That should have had a 90-degree. Do. I think we may have to go with the air brake method of yaw control. Let's take a look at our available. Yeah. Oh, these are huge. Let's see. Can we scale these? Yeah. Okay. fold wings along the yaw axis, like MiG 23. I might need a picture simulation gaming. I have a hard time, I have a hard time visualizing what you mean by folding them along the yaw axis. Like, this way? Like, if I were to put a rototron at the base and fold them around? Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. So instead of this hinge being this way, it would be this way. Fold them forward and then rotate them sideways. Okay, now we have a picture to work with. That's even better. Oh, like sweeping the wings, like F-14. Also, is that what you mean? I mean, in theory, yes. We could try that. Now let me just set this down. No, I don't need you to duplicate. I want to save this as something. Oh, no, not Venus Air Glider. Venus High Atmosphere Glider Research. 1. Save. Alright. And then we'll change the marker to 2. Save again, and we'll try... Alright, so I'm probably just going to start with a fresh bit of wing. So you think we should fold them forward? Okay, hold on, let me take a look at this picture. Okay. Okay, so it looks like when they're collapsed, the leading edge is facing towards the ground. So they will... God. How to replicate this with this view? I keep trying to rotate the picture. God. Alright, let me break this one picture free and resize it so that I can look at it on monitor 2 while having KSP up on monitor 1. Yeah, I agree. This is exactly what we need. This is so Kerbal. It's incredible. Alright, so how to go about doing this? I'm really just not that good with these robotics parts yet. I've only very recently started diving into them. But it looks like a rototron and a hinge we could accomplish this, or 4 hinges, 3 hinges. Oh Jesus, this is, wow. Scale. Whoa. I can place this hinge here. That works. Jeez. What in the... Okay, this is interesting. Alright, fine. Oh man, wow. I think the tweak scalability on this is not exactly set up right. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to like using these hinges, or these rotatrons. The hinges seem to work pretty well. Yeah, I guess the attachment node doesn't scale with the part. That's the all like sciencey terminology I was looking for. All right, let's get out and let's just copy this wing over for the sake of brevity. Make sure that I hit all of the buttons. That's only attaching it to the rototron, not to the hinge. It won't let me attach anything to the hinge because it's within the rototron's attachment node. This is interesting. Hold on, I just want to test that theory. Yeah. Wait, what? Is there something about this part that I just don't quite get? It just maintains its spin? Okay. You can stop now. Wow. Oh no. Kerbal Space Program has crashed. It did not like that at all. Alright, so I have to reboot KSP. I hope y'all are still there. Oh boy. Yeah, that did not work even a little bit. Alright, well, I'm going to take a very quick stretch break and go move around for a little bit. Man, it's only been 2 hours. That's awesome. I feel like we got a lot of nothing done. So as soon as KSP is done loading, and my load times are not exactly spectacular, typically in the 5 or so minute range, I will come back and we will pick right back up where we left off. But I'm going to go stretch my legs for a little bit. Yeah, be about 5 minutes, but I will see all of you very, very soon. So hang tight. See you in a second. Alright, hello everybody. I am just getting the game loaded back in. Saved. I think, yeah, we're going to eliminate the Rototron. Loading. I do want to try that angling at 45 degrees. That I've not tried that before. I think we could totally make that work. And if we could eliminate more hinges, then I think we'll be doing better. Alright, and let's switch this back. Anytime you want to catch up here, OBS. That's a new and interesting problem. Okay. Is it working now? It looks like it's working for me. So if you guys still aren't seeing anything, okay, good. I'm very glad it's back. What did I name this thing? Yeah. VHagger. Load. Okay. So I do want to try this 45-degree angle thing. Yeah, overwrite, because that thing was a toxic mess. Just set you aside because you worked really well. Alright, robotics part, hinge. Scale. No, I want to go this way. Right? No. That's gonna fold the wing and clip it. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I'm having a brain fart. That would be the retracted position, yeah? Really? But only from a clampatron port. Oh yeah, that's why I needed the control from here to action group is for nav ball purposes, because the nav on that rover was oriented like this, like because I built it in the spaceplane hangar, but it also makes it easy for driving. If you saw the, it was like an end video on a different video. It was just like a little segment with the Mars rover. The control core that was oriented this way got blown up by a rock, and I could no longer control it because it was pointing up and down then. And that was the problem I was trying to address, but that makes flying the rocket impossible. So I could... Well, I think I actually got it to successfully reroute the part. which will make things go a little better, I'm hoping. Because the new Venus rover actually has 3 control cores that point in the correct direction. So I'm hoping that even if one of them gets blown up, all of them won't get blown up, and that makes things go a little easier. Alright, so let's first scale this thing down. Well, let me know how this goes for you, Wookie, because I don't know if I can pull this off nearly well enough to make it worth a while. I just want to see if the basics of the mechanics will work first before I invest too much time into it. Alright, so let's bring up our robotics parts here. Yeah. So I don't know if I'm just not understanding it correctly, but I think we really do need a Rototron to fold it flat. And the Rototron parts just do not want to cooperate with me. Although... yeah, let me just try something else really quick. Alright. I've done this part wrong. Alright, think of the pin of the hinge like a Rototron. Yes. I'm trying to, I just don't know if I'm very good at it. This is not at all as intended, but neat in some effect. I can put a third hinge here and fold it flat. Okay. So I'm sure this was not at all what you were thinking about either. You're saying it needs another hinge. One of them is rotated wrong. We'll call this one inside and that one outside. And so by one of the hinges is just wrong axis. Okay. So So we'll call this one inside hinge and that one outside hinge. And by axis, do you mean I can invert the axis, or the hinge needs to be rotated 180 degrees? Man, I've so lost my train of thought on this. How to explain this to myself. I'm very, very bad at it. Alright, so that one probably needs to be limited. Inside hinge needs to be limited to about 90 degrees. And then outside hinge would fold the wings flat and back. Am I really frustrating you, Wookie Goldberg? I have this image of you just like shaking your fists and yelling at the computer screen. It's like, oh, come on, dummy. No, not that. It does clearance things pretty well. Ah, computer crashed again. Oh, man. Say, I think this design does keep us within fairing. I mean, once I get this wing sized appropriately. Yeah. Alright, Ash, you think the outside hinge needs to be rotated 180 degrees or something? Yeah, I agree. It should probably go forwards, not backwards. Yeah, let's give that a try. So we'll just remove you for the time being. No, come on. Out of the way, please. And rotate. Let's see what results this yields for us. I mean, it's not exactly lined up, but so this was not what we were intending. Okay. Oh yeah, there will definitely be control surfaces added later. But first I want to get this hinging thing figured out. I just want to try something. I know this is probably not going to have the effect I want. But I do just... Oh, damn it. Oh, snap, dude, you're killing me. I have not tested it yet. I am too busy irritating Wookiee Goldberg completely inadvertently. I'm trying to figure out how he's trying to explain this to me, because I'm sure it's a great idea, and I'm sure it'll work wonderfully once I get my mind around it. Which that's the blockade. Is I'm having a kind of a dumb day. SSD wipe restore. I say I haven't had any problem with SSDs yet, but I've had a lot of people tell me that when they go kaplunk, it's absolutely horrible. Man, that really does suck. I may have just messed up the orientation on this hinge permanently. Okay, no, let's turn on angle snap. And then try to reposition this thing. Turn off angle snap. Yeah, I wonder if a docking washer would cause the same kind of problem. Let me get this wing structure saved before I start screwing with it too much, because although it's not ideal and it's not dialed in, I think it just looks kind of cool. And it clearances everything, which is nice. I mean, except for that. The fact that we can rotate them around without it clipping through anything, I really like. It does my ADD proud. Alright, let me save this, and we're going to move on to a different iteration and try the docking clamp. Now, hold on. I want to keep this wing. I'm just going to ditch this hinge. Alright, docking washer standard, docking washer free. Alright, close. Let's move you guys out of the way. Does not respond to motor control. Moves freely. That's not what we want. $6,000. Spending $6,000 for... Scale? Okay. This is already shaping up a lot better. The nodes for it are actually scaled. Oh, this might... Yes. Yes. Oh, that's awesome. Yes. Do we like this? I like this. Alright, return to default. We just need to engage limits. Alright, so what's it resting at now? 0, so the minimum needs to be 0. This is so annoying. And the max needs to be about, what, 90? 92, let's see how that works for us. Yes. I think we can actually increase the angle on our hinge. Let's go up to 97. Oh, a little more. 104. Yes. Oh, that's glorious. I like that so much. Alright, let's get this wing shaped and formed, and then I think we're good. Perfect. Oh, this is fantastic. Yes. Oh, I almost want another Rototron to bring the angle of the leading edge down so it's flat, because this is still fairly, I mean, yeah, we're dealing with 5-meter stages, but so I really just shouldn't let it concern me so much. I think we can make this fly. So let's just, yeah. Alright, and then we'll just copy this over. It's going to be backwards. There we go. Oops. That's a miss. This is the problem with using some of these robotic parts sometimes. They're going to fold in opposite directions, aren't they? Hold on. They are. And actually, I think I like this better. Until I engage the limits anyway. So, return to default, please. Alright, so... yeah, it's currently at 0, so we need that for our minimum. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Alright, I really want to be able to key numbers into these min-max fields. Because this is ridiculous. It should not be this hard to hit 0. But yeah, it looks like it only wants to move in 5 or 4 degree increments. Oh, jeez. Come on. Yes, let's bounce between -2 and 3. -6, that's perfect. Yeah, we'll go with... I didn't even click that time. Yeah, that would be way beneficial if they'd bring up a menu to just let me do it like that. Because that slider bar thing just doesn't work very well at all. Oh, I forgot to set the maximum on the hinge. Oops. What's the maximum on this one? 104 degrees. Let's... yeah. Oh, good. 101, 104. Oh, I got a matching number. That has literally never happened before. Alright, that's not bad. I'll take it. That way we can keep a good center of mass inside the fairing. Why does... oh, that wing is... jeez. Oh yeah, that's probably that extra 4 degrees or something, isn't it? Let's take a closer look at this hinge. Yeah, that is, God, come on. Minimum 0, please. I just want 0, -1. Try that. That is going to cause a huge problem. Okay. Super interesting. Let's get a test engine on it and maybe see if we can't play around outside a little bit. Maybe, perhaps. Oh, that is a lot bigger than I remember it being. Do you think we can get this off the ground on a couple 1K thrusters? Let's try MMH and N2O. 1.78, that's not too bad. Oh, I'm going to need control surfaces, actually. The list indicator. I hope these are even. Eek. No, I need control surfaces. That's what I was doing before Ash distracted me with this thing. Right next to the button and the immediate right of the position numbers for each hinge. In the right-click menu, you mean? Ah, okay. Move to next preset. Open, close presets. So I guess, yeah, add one preset for 0. Add another preset here for 104. And the Rotatron. Add a preset for 0 and add another preset for 90. Okay. Alright, now is there a way to cycle presets as a group? So all that works pretty well. Yeah. Is it just me or does this gap look a lot bigger than... Yeah, it does. That hinge is tucked in a little bit. Whereas this one is not. Okay. Alright, let's put a couple wheels on it and just take it outside. These wheels will probably not make the final design, but we should probably look at center of weight, center of lift. That is a fantastic offset. This is going to go really well. I can tell already this is going to go super, super, super well. Yep, it is a lawn dart. I haven't put control surfaces on it yet, still, even. And that needs to happen. So actually, let's take some fuel out of this. That doesn't do me a whole lot of good. It's that battery. Oh, so much battery. It's so heavy. It needs an RTG still. Okay, I'm going to forget these control surfaces if I don't do them. I need to do them now, so... God, I should have done these before I copied the wing over. That's a good point, Ash. I should put the RTG closer to the back. That will help. Oh, that's... yeah, no, of course that's the tip, duh. That is not what I expected, but okay. Alright. Wow, come on. Alright, yeah. The engines are right on top of the center lift. That's probably a problem. Alright, this will definitely need some adjustments, I would say. I don't know if these, when they're deployed, if they factor into that center of lift configuration. I thought this thing was surefire destined for some spinny instability. And you're saying, yeah, maybe not. Alright, you know what, I want to fly something. Wrong. Always in the wrong menu. Always I am in the wrong menu. Yeah, we'll see if that works. We could launch it vertically with an SRB. I do want to try for a runway first, though. We probably only need 5 minutes to blow this thing up. Oh, that would have been really smart to start to toggle them on or off and see if it changed. No, I'm not. The plan is not to land at all, but I do want to see how it performs in a straight takeoff instead of shooting it up for 5 or 6 Gs right here on off the runway. Close. Oh, and it's nighttime. Oh, good. We're sunken into the runway. I love this. I really do. Well, that's interesting. We're stuck on something. Well, it's buried in concrete. It's not going anywhere. Let's see if we can't get the Alright, slightly better. Nose down! This bodes really well. Oh, I forgot to reduce the friction on the wheels. So they're going to do the typical 1.13 thing. Yes. Now maybe it'll fly. That went about as well as expected. Spaceplane hangar. Yep. Wow, indeed. So, oh, we're taking this thing out for a spin. Oh, those don't have adjustable heights on them, do they? So here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, that's as low as... Dang it. Stupid. Nope. Okay, that's as low as you'll let me take those. Fine. Be that way. Here we go again, huh? Yep. Alright, wow, what is wrong with my mouse pad? airdrop it from a launch clamp as high as possible. That would be really interesting, though. This is going to cause a massive spin effect. I don't think that's going to work nearly as well as intended. So... It's interesting that it doesn't calculate that extra leading edge on the wing. That's very interesting indeed. And I don't trust those engines. So we're just going to go with something tried and true. Ah, KSP is hiccuping pretty badly. Yeah, I have to unlock these anyway. Yeah, we're probably going to have to manually expand the fairing. Insufficient avionics. Like I care. Just make sure. Okay, let's switch over to the sea level engine. Alright. There we go. $37.5 liftoff thrust to weight ratio. That should do it. Simulate. Yeah, we'll take 15 minutes on this one. Probably. I really should use a smaller engine. But I get frustrated that I haven't been able to fly something for a while, and I do want to get some altitude out of it. And also, I want to make sure that the plume for this is going to be working. And looks good. Did you make more tweaks since the last thing that you posted in the comments for the announcement for this? Well, that... What? I don't even know, but we're here. Yeah, I can't even... I don't know what happened. Yeah, but we can push ourselves free. And back to square one. These don't seem to move for inactive. Pitch and yaw. I only need them for yaw control, but... Okay, so they do respond. Revert flight, spaceplane hangar. So I think it's the fact that I don't have fairings on this interstage, which we can just tweak these engines around and get them to do something. We'll just set the top. Actually, we can set the base. I'm pretty sure this is going to glitch out. But we will see. Okay. That works. Yeah. I don't think it likes having a base that small. There. That wasn't so hard. Okay. Main engine fire. Launch clamps. Fairing sep, and then all of this stuff at the same time. Save, simulate, go. Tree.yml. Let me fly this thing, and then when we jump back to the VAB, I will take a look for that. Alright, throttle set to full, SAS is on, ignition. Yes. Not bad. I wish it was more blue than red, and I think we definitely need to slow it down a bit. Yes. Well, you know, these things happen. Alright. Yeah. Spaceplane hangar. Fine. Smaller engine. Jeez. Actually, I could have just gotten that into the air and then turned off the engine. We were going well more than fast enough. Alright, let me go look for this YML file while that's loading. Alright. KSP. And it's tree.yml. Oh yeah, no, I didn't have control at all, but I could have still staged without avionics. Alright, I'm getting no match. I have tree.config in my game data RP-0 file. Yeah, community tech tree folder. Let's take a look in there. Yeah, I just have config files, no YML. So I'm just going to burn the engine for a couple of seconds and then shut it down and stage everything out. I'm not going to try to push this thing past 10 Gs again. Alright, so close, throttle set. Actually, let's set. This is a throttleable engine. And kill it. Okay. And I don't think, yeah, okay. Active, active. Very little pitch authority. Very, very little pitch authority. Splash. So majestic. Alright. Okay. I'm waiting for it to bring up a menu because, yeah, I don't think putting some throttle behind it would have saved this thing. Yeah. Canards up front are, might interfere with our folding of the wings. I don't know, they might be clear enough of the nose cone by then. Let's just double check. So we can get rid of this ridiculousness. I think we actually can fit a canard on the front. So let's enable these while we're sitting here thinking about it. It's doing that mid-flight. Why is contract configurator open? Alright. Now how about just return to default so I don't have to deal with any of that silliness. Is that... These look offset to me. Does that look higher than the wing surface and this one look lower than this wing surface to anybody else? Am I just imagining these things? And if that were the case, are the hinges not aligned also? Oh boy, time to be super retentive on things. Okay, now that hinge looks lined up with its wing. That hinge does not. Yeah, I just worry about getting clipping if we put this hinge more towards the center and this wing thus more towards the center on the Rotatron. It's going to clip through up here after the fold. Oh no, I see what you're saying. No, it won't because they're rotated and my mouse pad's... Yeah, I think my mouse is starting to go. It's got a little chunk of dog hair in there. Dang it, doggos. Hold on. Haven't had to do that since the trackpole days. Okay. So yeah, let's maybe try pivoting these back a little bit. It will make things a bit more compact. Maybe make them just even with that. Now then I don't know if we can go further than 90 degrees. The furry gift that keeps on giving. Well said, sir. Well said. I do not have stage recovery. It was not compatible with 1.1.3 when I built this install, much to my dismay, because I really wanted to use it. We might have to go a little less than 104, because it does look like it's clipping into our nose cone. Yeah, it is. Okay, not a problem. I think everything else works out pretty well. We'll just dial that back to, yeah, we'll try 98. Oh god, it's actually letting me get even numbers. Alright. We can increase that efficiency a little bit, but we've got a few other problems to address first. Standard. You will not do any yaw. Thank you for 0. Alright, and yeah, probably some canards up front. We're just going to go with the procedural all-moving wing and see if we can get away with not tucking it initially. So the last thing I need to do is add more complexity. That is the absolute skinniest we can make these. Oh, come on. There we go. These are two very interesting ideas. I kind of like the idea of, well, if we rotate the whole bodies, these wings are clipped into the SAS unit. And that might create some issues while rotating them and locking them into place. I could move these canards forward, attach them to the nose cone, and rotate that. But let me take a look at this Cessna picture. Yeah. So you're saying make the canards a high mount wing surface, like Cessna? Oh, come on. I think since we can't see those, they won't be the problem. And therefore we can just ignore it, right? I want to try this Rototron thing first. No offense, Ash. I hope. But I wonder how high mounting them will affect stability, unless we did it kind of like biplane style. Oh, I think I probably will leave these forward control surfaces. Although, why are you not letting me hit J to interact with these control surfaces? This is interesting. Ah, there we go. I was just not return all of you to default. Dang it. Oh. Okay. We can lengthen these out a bit. Engage limits. Minimum needs to be somewhere around 0 would be great. Yeah, somewhere between 2 and -2. That's fine. That's just fine. Yeah, I was gonna say 0 and 90 is what I was shooting for. I just unfortunately can't get this one to be at 0. Would you look at that? Lock. That's a lot closer. Might be a lot more stable. Clink. Alright, should we test fly it again? Yeah, I'll say that's the irritating part about this is this can be off by like at this point 30 some odd degrees, but the 0 is what matters, and I can't get the minimum to set at 0. It's so irritating. We can get -1. God. Yeah, so like the 90 part doesn't quite matter. But I think, oh yeah, it does shoot a bit past the wingtips, so we can decrease that angle a bit. Oh yeah, 17, that's what I was looking for. So yeah, just so long as it clears the wings. Oh, perfect. That'll do. Yep, so we'll go ahead and add 63 as a preset and add 0 as a preset. Done. Alright, That worked pretty well. I wonder if this will work. So let's get it under a fairing, maybe something a little bit less ridiculous, and give it a test run. Whoa. Thank you. Yeah, we needed to pull out of a suicide dive. And almost tuck into a 3-meter fairing. That's no big deal. No, fuel tanks. It'd be nice to have a fuel tank, wouldn't it? Okay, what is going on? You think Jethwa would be proud of this? I think he would be shaking his head a little bit and going, "Oh God, what have you done? And why?" Oh, good call, Wookie Goldberg. Alright, a more sensible engine. That's probably a little too sensible. What's our... Yeah, 1.86 tons. We don't technically need an engine, do we? Oh, no. Remove. There's kerosene liquid oxygen. 33 tons. F1 or bust. Yes, that's exactly what we need, is a thrust-to-weight ratio of 30-something. We'll go with a moderate 2.78 this time. Maybe we'll put an avionics core on it, though. We are at 30-some-odd tons. No, that's going to be 4 meter. That's ridiculous. Where's just our standard 3-meter core? The worst core ever. And I think with that, with an F1 and a 1.9 second burn time would get us well high enough to test this thing, provided, of course, it didn't shatter itself. You know, that's what testing is for, is blowing things up, right? Okay, launch clamps, that's what I'm looking for. Let's check our staging. That might work. This goes here, that goes there. These go here. Those will go there, and that'll go there. We'll just go ahead and fire up the engines in that too. Add fins. You know what? You're probably right. There we go. Force the fairing into hydrostatic equilibrium. This is interesting. I'm going to have to assume that's just a glitch and is not a real thing. Simulate. Maybe we can get a longer than 15-minute simulation out of this. It does only cost about 162 credits. Alright. Throttle set to full. SAS is on. Ignition. Oh. Gravity can't quite figure it out either. Alright. Revert. Spaceplane hangar. What do I have my Delta V stats set to? To where what I thought was a 2.7 something, it turns out to be a not more than 1. You're right, I did not. It's 0. That's why. We have none thrust to weight ratios. Just plain old nuns. And stage stats set for Mars. Good for me. Alright, rotating rocket 90 degrees. Yeah, 1.41 now. That's super interesting. I never noticed that before. So you're right, I should have gone with the F1. Alright. Throttle set to full, SAS is on. Ignition. Up. We are going up. Thankfully. It's about time I actually got to fly a rocket in this live stream. So is the engine noise drowning out my voice? It almost looks that way on my levels here, but I can't quite tell. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Too much, too much, too much. Okay. Good to know, thank you. Mr. Pino. I had a large problem when I first started this series about the sound levels being off, and so now I'm always super paranoid about my sound levels being off. So we're going to try to carry this thing out towards the ocean a bit and make sure it can maneuver in the atmosphere. Oh, the big one with the very basic words used on a Saturn V blueprint. It is one of my favorite things I've ever seen. fold this thing out. Alright, and we should probably start angling. Oh, I probably should have included RCS. We're going to space today. Oops. Yeah, I stopped paying attention to the flight telemetry. This is... You tell why I do everything on YouTube and not on LiveStream is because I lose focus so fast. So I guess we're just going to wait for this to come back to something that resembles an atmosphere. Alright. Hey, look at that. Pointing itself towards prograde. Yeah, I really want to test it with some fuel in it so that I get some kind of idea of how it's going to behave. Although this probably isn't going to go very well. I wonder what part failed first. Procedural shielded. Oh, it was stresses. It wasn't overheating. Okay. Revert to launch. So I wonder what kind of aerodynamic stresses Venus's densified atmosphere would put on it should we accidentally slip too low. And well, I guess if the atmospheric density is about the same as Earth, at 50-60 kilometers, we should just be able to deal with sea level telemetries. Alright. Come on, SAS on. There we go, throttle set, ignition. Yeah, I think a dedicated tailplane is probably going to be a really good idea. Yeah, how to insert this into the atmosphere at Venus is going to be probably the bigger problem than how to actually make something that you can tuck into a fairing that will fly. Although that part we can probably figure out. Yeah, like maybe putting the fairing base at the top, like how we have the Saturn Kronos, or how we hid the Deimos lander in its fairing. Alright, we're going to hit grav turn. I think we're just going to try going straight up this time. So unlike last time, we actually don't want a whole bunch of speed just yet. I just want to see if it'll fly. Okay. Roll control's pretty good. Let's throttle our engines and see if we can't make it do stuff. Well, almost. Roll control is a little sloppy. And, okay, come on. Reset the defaults. Is that what that... Yeah. Move to default position, so everything should be at 0. Oh, these hinges and rotatrons do not like what they are being subjected to. Yeah, we're going to need a dedicated vertical stabilizer. I don't know if those, if it likes using those air brakes very much. Yeah, all of this wobbliness. Very interesting. But hey, we got something that flies. Oh, yeah. Need a vertical stabilizer. Oh, it's okay. It was a good idea, and it definitely tucked in pretty well. But wow, it flies. This is awesome. I mean, not particularly well, but it does do... it's doing everything way better than every other launch of a similar iteration of this that we've ever made. Oh, this is awesome. I wonder why it's consistently pitching or rolling to the right. See, I've hit... Very interesting. Oh, I wonder if these are trying to initiate yaw authority, and that's what's causing some of this confusion. But yeah, this slow, steady roll to the right. Yeah, it could be. Slight asymmetry with the robotics. But yeah, this is exactly how early mid-20th century aerospace was done. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I don't know. Let's find out. I wonder if I just replaced these wings with all moving parts. Well, we're going to flat spin. Bring it back. Good. Nope. Have we found about our stall speed? The thought of having to dig through this thing and find the perfectly symmetrical or where exactly this asymmetry is cropping up does not make me happy. Oh. Well, man. Keeping it, getting as low as trim. Oh, that's right. We have trim control, don't we? I might be a little too late in this flight to start trimming controls. Yeah, no. 40 some odd meters per second is about our stall. About 48, maybe 50. That went really well. Yeah, definitely having yaw instability is affecting our stall speed. Origami 1. I like this name. And Alt-X resets trimmers. Oh, these are all controls I did not know about. But alright, we need to... No, that was not what I wanted to click on, but that's fine. We need to move all this stuff aside and see if we can't... Yeah, we've got plenty of room for a tailplane. We can just stick it on right here. And we can probably just do one on the top and the bottom. Well, let's get that done, and then we'll worry about addressing some of our symmetry. Blink. No, aerodynamics. I mean, hopefully not anyway. Thanks for hanging out, Mr. Pino. So as long as the vertical stability keeps the plane from being a total side-slipping mess, then the asymmetry might not be worth trying to fight it if it can be trimmed out. This is true. And my thought is also that once this thing is suborbital and doing its thing, it's not going to be able to return to orbit. So maybe plotting some kind of landing contingency is not the worst idea. Not the worst idea. Oh, I don't even want to look at the stability derivatives. It's going to be horrible. You know this, right? All right, let's have a look at how much FAR wants to yell at me. Calculate. Oh, well, I mean, they're really not that bad at low speed, low altitude. So I guess we do want to keep this at sea level. Or no, we can toggle this for Venus, can't we? Say Venus at 50 kilometers. Calculate. Not great. Not fantastic either. What do you guys think? We got some room on this tailplane. We can make it a bit bigger. Okay, let's see. Oh, FAR has crashed. Well, hold on. Let's up the Mach. Let's go to Mach 1.2. I've flown worse. Now that we're talking about it, it's bad. I want to try. Unfold it partly. So you want to see what the stability derivatives look like at about the halfway mark. Yeah. I mean, we know this would just helicopter. For the most part. It would fight itself and it would probably try to shred itself, but it might just spin. This is true. So you say we should bring this Mach level down to like 0.5 and see what happens? Well, yeah, that's for things unfurled. I would hope it would be fairly stable there. Furled up, low Mach. I mean, other yaw rate, but that's probably because it's counting these and they're being all kinds of crazy. So let's unfurl it halfway, rerun. I mean, better than completely furled, but you know. All right. We need to look around and see what's uneven. All right, so that is pretty much lined up with that. That should have defaulted onto the center, so I don't think we have to worry about that being not lined up. That hinge looks pretty good. Do we think that rototron is separated a little more from the hinge? So let's just do that. Then come over here and do the same. Oh, I have to go to the bottom. Okay. Yeah, I'm very pleased with this. Y'all have done a lot of good work for me today. Thank you very, very much. I don't think I would have been able to concept this out all on my own, to be very honest. There we go. Right horizontal needs to be rotated a little. Yeah, you're right. That seems odd. So is it the control surface or is it the whole entire wing? Oh no. So actually, yeah, and swapping one wing over to the other side isn't going to be a big deal. Now that I have all the control surfaces on, that should be pretty easy, except... Oi. Oi. Alright. Let's save. And... Oh, but it's not going to copy over in symmetry now. We're just going to take one wing, place it. Oh. That's awesome. Way to go, Rototron. Making my life very difficult today. I wish you would snap to. Yeah, copy the whole wing. Oh, I just deleted that. Oops. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. I will, however, have to redo the grouping and that stuff, but that is probably not the biggest deal. Before I do that, I am going to make sure that this control surface is on. Whoa! Okay, let's try. I'm going to try to get this thing on straight. And then, yeah, we'll copy everything over. There we go. That should have auto-leveled things. And God, I hope this wing isn't crooked. That'll be so much fun, won't it? Alright, so then. This is super interesting. How did that get way up there? This worked real well. Yeah. Okay. Good. Probably just going to have to reset the maximums. Yes. Fantastic. The control surfaces are opposite one another. Great. But I think I can edit one and it will edit both. Great. So you're saying no, that was radial, as in I should put them in mirror? I think mirror is what I had them in before, and it resulted in this. Because when it mirrors hinges, it doesn't actually mirror them. The dogs are going to cry a little bit because the wife's getting home. So if you hear them go a little apey, oh boy. Okay, good. Well, at least it's moving them as a uniform part now. So wherever, if I can get one of them even, then the other one will be too. That looks about right. Okay, so I should just be able to set my maximums now. And it's 98. I'm going to take that to, oh, that one, the maximum copied over. That's interesting. Yeah, I really try not to do radial copy on plane parts. Yeah, just this one needs to be set up That's interesting that it copied over one set of maximums but not another. Why is it not showing me the... Oh, the limits on this should just be 0 now. And little doggo says hi. Alright. Oh, I think, yeah. Oh, come on. 0! We got 0. Yes! Now we're going to get 90. No, 92. Let's see how well that works out for us. Ah. Ooh. I think we're dead on with that. Yes, I like this. Let's see what our center mass, center lift. I'll take that. Okay, let's do another test flight. Yeah, that's about straight on. Okay. We can reduce the number of nodes here. I didn't even know 3 nodes was a thing. Alright. Should probably fold this up before I try to get into a fairing, huh? Okay. Oh, we've probably put 2 fairings on it, huh? Okay. And flip it. Save and simulate. Let's see if this does us any better. That is probably the best reference and the most creative reference I've ever heard, Wookie Goldberg. Oh yeah, I probably could have dropped the size of the fairing, but for low atmo testing, I don't think it's going to matter a whole hell of a lot. We're not even going to burn this whole tank because we don't want it to go to space. Listen to the album 40 Ounces of Freedom by Sublime. It was an amazing album in 1994 or 1996 when it was released. Alright, ignition. Oh, well, I guess we're going to see how it performs folded up. Check your staging. Well, I mean, it looks like all of our arrow forces are going to be equalizing out at the moment. I see those drag lines getting a little better. All right, we're getting up to a good optimal altitude, about 16 kilometers. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut the engine down and stage it off. that went well. Okay, good. Yaw control responds. Oops. I seem to have stalled. Ooh, there, buddy. Yeah, well, let's let you pick up some speed before I start trying to get all of the control authority going on here. Alright. That should be good enough. Let's... Yeah, not too bad. Really. I think the yaw authority thing is still kind of an issue. And this slow roll. Actually, I wonder if that's from this thing not defaulting. We couldn't quite get it to 0. Very interesting. Okay, let's try to actually fly something. Uh-oh, okay. Sorry, I need to turn the overlay controls off. It's blinding. Yeah. It's not very happy at higher speeds. It is flying, that is a fact. Alright. Fine controls I worry about, because then I don't think I'll have enough authority to reset. Oh, no, looks like I'm wrong. Fine controls are on. Alright, so how do I adjust trims again? Is it Alt or Control? Alt, got it. Okay. I'm throwing a lot of trim into this yaw, or into this roll, and it isn't having a whole lot of effect. Yeah. So let's alt pitch. Okay, I think I got the pitch trim figured out. It's this roll trim. Does not like me. Why do I want to reset them? I just got some of them dialed in. Yeah, I would say I hit Alt Q a bunch. Doesn't seem to have the effect that I needed. So I'm wondering if it is actually a weight imbalance, which is interesting. I didn't put fuel in any of these. That's super interesting. Okay. So Alt X, all trims reset. Yeah, that no effect on the roll. That's interesting. Yeah, wow, and that roll is a vicious fighter. I wonder if it's from this thing not resetting. So I thought hitting the move to default position would get it, but it's not. Toggle preset mode. Ooh, okay. Would you look at that? Okay. I did set the preset for that one, didn't I? Do we remember? I mean, they should be. All of these were put on in default. Or not default. Were put on with angle snap. Looks like the wings might be offset on their hinges. This one higher and that one lower. Well, the canards or the wings. I reset the trim, but then I put it back because I wanted to see if I could have some kind of control. That is super interesting. Okay, yeah, let's give that a try. Nope. I think it's got to do with, see how this wing is sitting kind of lower on the hinge and this wing is sitting higher on the hinge? I think that's the problem. Although we could just spin stabilize it. Yeah, I don't know. I really wish these hinges would copy over appropriately in mirror symmetry. It would solve all of this, but they don't, and I don't know what that's an artifact of. Because I think it's the way that KSP copies over mirror things. Right, if they were both in, if they were mirror, if the hinges would keep appropriate orientation, they would both be offset the same, whereas in radial symmetry they're offset one high, one low. But I think we can fix this. And I just happened to look down at the broadcast timer. It was 4 hours and 20 minutes. Just thought I'd put that out there. That's interesting. Yeah, maybe we should try that. Default. Oh, I totally want to move this out of the way. Sorry. I don't think they'll copy over in mirror symmetry because the parts were placed in radial symmetry. Save. Let's move to origami 2. Save. Oh, maybe they will. Yeah, it won't go to radial symmetry or mirror symmetry, sorry, because the parts were placed in radial. So I guess we should just try to align absolutely everything. Because yeah, you can even see the rotatron is set a little lower on the hinge, and the hinge is set a little lower on the wing. But if we can sit here and just micromanage one side of it now, that looks about right. So if we get one side right, we should get the other side right by default, yeah? That looks pretty good. Looks too low on this side though, the wing relative to the hinge. That looks pretty good. Yeah, they barely snap to at all. It's kind of frustrating. I think that might do it. So let's just reset our control surfaces here. We do not want you two to do roll. And those are already doing yaw. Okay. Should we... I don't think those are off. I'm pretty sure I set those with snap to. Hold on. Yeah, it looks like it's going straight through the center of the nose and straight down the center line. I think those should be okay. Let's say we have a lot of room here. We could actually do 4 tail planes. In like an X. Now it really is a lawn dart. I don't know if I like that more or less. You mean 4 of them just standing straight vertical off the wing surfaces, straight up and down at like 0 degrees and 180, or 2 taller vertical ones that pierce through the wing? Like an H. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Something like that. I mean, roughly. Alright, we just gotta, and they're angled a bit. Let's first get the base lined up. I should be testing this without the changes to the tailplane first. Yeah, I mean, they look even with the edges there. They just don't look even dead on. Alright, well, I'm going to have to give this a test run in the future because I, unfortunately, have run out of time and have not done nearly all the things I wanted to do. But that's how it goes with the live stream. You get distracted by other stuff. So I'm very sorry, everybody. I'm going to have to call it a night, but thank you so much for hanging out on the first anniversary of my RP-0 series. It's been a great year, and I really appreciate everybody hanging out and enjoying this awesome game with me. It makes me feel all nice and warm inside. And Ash, to answer your question, the probe itself is about 1.1 ton. So I guess I'm going to call it a night there, and you stole my line, Simulation Gaming. Alright, thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. I really do appreciate it, and see you all next time. So, until then, see you later.